Of the earth is divine. The roots grow deep, the knowledge they keep. Found a funny mushroom I'm going to eat. Look at the branches of the trees. I think about human history. Human history. Human history.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
My name is Selamon, and you are listening to Bring Me to Life Radio. We got an exciting episode today because I will be playing some brand new music, so stay tuned to hear more about what is in store for today. I'll tell you about it more after this next song. This is Hold Them in Our Hearts, a brand new song by Aloka.
Come on, gather round, gather round. Come on, take me to the place I know. Take me home and help me grow. Take me till there's only one. Some walk in boots, some walk in shoes, some walk barefoot, all amongst the woods. Come on. Some fires burn for peace and prayers. Some fires burn for war and hate. But pain is felt amongst the poor, the middleman, and all the rich. And struggle's not material, but lives in fear and where we hide our love. Don't hide your love, they need our love.
So we
Hold them in our hearts. 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 And if they shout, you'll never win. The money game's just an endless trail. Come on. Separation's just a dream, just a scheme of industry. Find the key and break all the chains. An empire has its motives for destroying things we love the most. What's worth the greed? There's nothing there to hoard the gold, their endless void. Some shout from streets, from mountain tops. Some yell from pain, some call out for change. Call out for change, yeah. Hold them in our hearts. We hold them in our hearts. We hold them in our hearts.
hold them in our
We hold them in our hearts, yeah. Come on.
hold them in our hearts. Hold them in our hearts.
Echoes in the forest, echoes in the waves of our hearts.
Echoes in the waves of our
Echoes in the forest, echoes in the waves of our hearts.
Echoes in the waves of our
Echoes in the forest, echoes in the waves of our All the wicked men, they just need love, you know? There's pain underneath that greed, pain underneath that rage and wrath. pain underneath that persecution that needs your compassion? How strong will you be to give compassion to wicked men? Cause the love will transform them. Come on, humanity. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, let's hold them in our hearts. Let's hold them in our hearts. Hold them in our hearts.
That was Hold Them in Our Hearts by Aloha, a brand new song by him. Thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. A quick shout out to Nick Bryce of Third Eye Horizon, who will be doing a launch party the first weekend of June in, I believe, Detroit. So if you're in the Michigan area, check that out. Not Detroit, Kalamazoo at the Papa Pete's. So if you are in the Kalamazoo area, go and check that out. The first weekend of June, it's going to be a really great time. I know Kalamazoo has a lot of cool people. So if you're in the Michigan area, check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. So like I said earlier, we're going to have a really great episode. We have a few more songs left before Sean Kramer. This next song is Pretty Little Foot, Trouble in Mind by Rising Appalachia.
5, 6, 7, 8. Who's gonna shoe your pretty little foot? Who's gonna glove your hand? Who's gonna kiss your red ruby lips? Who's gonna be your man? Who's gonna be your man? Papa will shoe my pretty little foot. Mama will glove my hair. Sister will kiss my red ruby lips. I don't need no man. I don't need no man. Trouble in mind and I'm blue, but I won't be blue always. Sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. Said the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. Going on down to the river, Mississippi, friend or foe. Water rises, don't know where I'll go. Water rises, don't know where I'll go. Trouble in mind and I'm blue, but I won't be blue always. Sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. Said the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. Who's gonna shoe your pretty little foot? Who's gonna glove your hair? Who's gonna kiss your red ruby lips? Who's gonna be your man? Who's gonna be your man?
Pretty Little Foot, Trouble in Mind by Rising Appalachia. We have 12 more minutes of music before Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales, where Sean Kramer is talking about where the wild things are. After that, we are going to have 2 hours of awakening music, and then a talk by Tara Brach on causing no harm, which I think is a fitting topic because of the whole bomb disaster that's happened recently. And I know it's pretty messed up. Well, it's pretty fucked up. And, what can we do except for moving forward and spreading the love that we can into this world? So we're going to move on to the next song. This is Jonathan Pinkston, Every Single Moment.
I know nothing ever goes away. Pieces touch you and they fade back into this overwhelming light.
Jonathan Pinkston, Every Single Moment. This is the last song before Sean Kramer is going to talk about Where the Wild Things Are. This next song is the Oracle theme by Papadozio. I will be seeing y'all later. Enjoy this last song and then enjoy meditating on fairy tales. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. Now enjoy Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to our imaginative meditations and journeys through the world of fairy tales. And in today's meditation, we will journey with Max in the story Where the Wild Things Are, following and reflecting on his use of imagination to resolve inner conflicts and to grow as a child, as a human being. This story, Where the Wild Things Are, describes a little boy's efforts to resolve, to untie his inner conflicts that arise in his home life, in this case with his mother, to resolve them by taking an imaginative journey. So this particular story I see as a striking distillation of elements of fairy tales. It is a modern literary creation, not an oral tale like fairy tales, but it really brings out in a very clear way elements that are in fairy tales, and I think is very helpful for understanding better what fairy tales are and what they are doing. And this is a story very much about imagination and fantasy, and it shows us that in imagination and fantasy there is an intentionality, a purpose, and that good stories and art can help our imaginations in that intentional process. So to begin, let us bring ourselves into a more relaxed, meditative state. Begin with some breathing and a visualization. So becoming aware of your breath. Let your breath be a tool for bringing your awareness into your body, into your inner feeling state at this time. With the in-breath, let your awareness come in, filling your body and observing the present sensations, emotions, places of tension, of relaxation, comfort, discomfort. And we will use a story, some imagery from the Bible as our visualization. So imagine yourself in a boat on the water. The water becomes troubled. The boat is rocking up and down. And in the boat, there is Jesus. And Jesus speaks to the water, "Be still." And the waters become calm. And you feel that calming of the waters. And your awareness extends outward, becoming one with the calm waters, the calmness of the air, the sky. And feel the sun, a light, the radiance of spirit, filling that whole space which is yourself, that calmness. In this story, there is a story landscape, so let's look first, as we have often done with our fairy tales, at the story map, the landscape of this story where the wild things are. Because it has a very similar, typical fairy tale landscape. The story begins in the boy named Max's home, and then in his room. Then he goes into a forest, and he takes a journey in a forest which goes through water to an island, and then he comes back to his room at home. And this is a typical threefold pattern of the fairy tale world: the home, the journey into the forest, and back home. Or something like a dark forest, an underworld or dark cave. And in this story of where the wild things are, it makes it very clear that for the boy, as he goes into the forest is his inner world, the world of his imagination, of fantasy, of dream. And just like when we go into our inner world, we see things growing there, arising like trees, images, dreams, thoughts. But we don't see their roots, the deep sources from which they are coming. But we feel them. We feel there are sources to our inner world, to our experience, to our very selves that are deeper than we can fathom or grasp, that are hidden in a kind of darkness and are revealing themselves through images and fantasy. So this boy in his room goes into the forest of his own mysterious human self. We can combine this idea of the forest as the inner imaginative world with the insight we gained about imagination from The Cat in the Hat, which we looked at last time, which showed how figures of imagination, fantasy figures, are often the externalization or making sensible for us of inner parts of ourselves, parts which may be in conflict and are seeking some resolution. And fairy tales have that common three-part structure: home, forest, home. They also can be looked at as having a two-part structure, as tying the knot and untying the knot. That is, a beginning of the story that forms and intensifies a conflict or problem, and then unties or resolves that conflict. So we will go through the story of Where the Wild Things Are with both those structures in mind. The threefold structure of home, forest, imagination, and home, and also the idea that there's a conflict that gets formed and intensified and then resolved somehow. The story begins the night Max wore his wolf suit and made mischief of one kind or another. The story begins in the nighttime, already bringing us into the semi-conscious and unconscious world. And Max, the boy, is wearing his wolf suit. In the book, actually, the majority of the book is pictures. There are not that many words. Maurice Sendak, the writer of this book, was an illustrator, and he spent a lot of time illustrating other books, just being an artist making pictures before he started to write his own books. And he was very interested in images and imagination and their importance for human beings. And the first picture shows the little boy Max wearing his wolf suit with his pointy wolf ears and claws on his hands and feet. And he's got a hammer, and he has an angry face. He's hammering a nail into the wall. And there's also on the side a toy of his, looks like a little teddy bear hanging by a string. Ominous looking, like it's kind of an image of a hanging or an execution. The wolf suit is a wolf is a predatory animal, and it is a totem image of going way back to ancient, especially nomadic cultures, and of warrior cultures. Because it's a predator animal, warrior peoples identified themselves with it, because warrior cultures are predatory cultures. The ancient, even the first civilizations in the Middle East, the Egyptians and the Assyrians, identified themselves with predatory animals. And in their art, they would picture the king killing lions. And lions are on the top of the predatory chain. So the image of a human being and the chief human being, the king who represents the human community, killing a lion is showing that the human is the top predator of all. The human as king means it's the top predator, like the king of the beasts, the lion, but the human kills the lion. And this was a ritual in these early civilizations. It was a ritual of the king killing a lion, and most of the lions in the Middle East were killed off in this way because they used this as a ritual. And Max is connecting with this aspect of human nature that we have that is in many ways troubling to us, to ourselves. Our own being part of a species and having this nature of a species that is the top predator on the planet Earth, which sometimes we would like to suppress and deny in our consciousness. That aspect of what we are, that predatory, wild, violent aspect. In the very next picture of Max wearing his wolf suit and making mischief in his house, the picture is of Max chasing the family dog down the stairs with a fork, chasing the dog, wanting to stick a fork into the dog. The dog is the tamed wolf, and Max here is the wild wolf, and he is acting as a predator to his tame, domesticated wolf dog of the family pet. This story of Maurice Sendak was actually troubling to people when it first came out in the early 1960s. That some libraries at first tried to ban the book. For one reason, this portrayal, which to us might seem strange, but it shows that reluctance we have to see this violent, predatory aspect of ourselves, and that is being enacted by this little boy and is part of little children, and maybe a little more often of little boys. One author said that every new generation of humans is another invasion of the barbarians into civilization, and they need to be tamed and cultivated, or they will destroy civilization. We as humans like to project this violent side of ourselves out onto particular groups, as if they're just certain evil people like Hitler or the Nazis who are somehow, or demons who contain this destructive power. But in fact, it's part of being a human. and it's part of what we are. And it's something that we need to see and work with, and which this story is about. What to do with this part of ourselves and the insight of that. The writer Alice Miller said that the first rejection that all of us experience as little children is from our parents who want a nice little boy or girl, but actually get this explosive, creative star being sent from the depths of the universe into their lives, but they would rather a nice little boy or girl, and we all feel that rejection of certain tremendous, both violent and creative parts of ourselves, and we also reject much of ourselves. So this story will help us see what that means, to accept parts of ourselves, in this case the aggressive, violent, predatory sides of ourselves. Does not mean to simply fully act it out or let it take over the whole of us, because it is not the whole of us. It is a part. But instead of letting the part take over the whole or cutting out a part of ourselves, we want to, and this story is trying to give us a picture of how to bring that part into a whole. So Max is running around the house with claws, a fork, a tool of eating after the family dog. And the story goes on, and his mother called him Wild Thing. And Max said, "I'll eat you up." So he was sent to bed without eating anything. His mother calls him Wild Thing, and symbolically we can see the conflict between a certain symbolic aspect of the mother and the female and the male. The mother side, which is a side of human nature also, is the caring, nurturing side. Also can be seen as the more domesticating, taming side. And she calls the boy Wild Thing. This aggressive boy who's showing aggressive, violent, fighting behavior. It's interesting in light of our recent election. Someone made the comment that the contest between the two American candidates, which was a female against a male, was pitting the devouring mother against the tyrannical father. One side was, and group of people in our culture are emphasizing the caring, nurturing side, wanting the government to take care of people, welfare, health care, welcoming. And the other side, more defensive, aggressive, fighting, defending, protecting side. And I've noticed this sometimes between mothers and little boys. Not that it's universal, but I have seen it with one single mother. I was with her at the park with her little boy, and these older teenage boys came to the park, and they were moving around on the swings and pushing each other around. Nothing inappropriately violent, but just acting like teenage boys. And the mother said, I don't like how teenage boys play. It makes me uncomfortable. And I've seen sometimes that mothers or female caretakers of boys can be troubled by the behaviors of boys, some that needs to be brought in line or socialized, but some is simply expressing an aspect of being a boy that the female doesn't experience in the same way. The way little boys like to play is often acting out more the aggressive and fighting, violent, predatory aspect of our human nature. And it gets very deep, because if we ask why humans in human history are violent, among the many reasons, one is that the universe is violent, and we came from the universe. Our very matter, our molecules, the elements that make us up, came from what is the most violent thing in the whole universe, a dying, exploding star, a supernova. It takes that act of violence. A supernova will annihilate everything around it. When our star, sun, dies, that will be the end of the Earth and the planets and the solar system. But that actually gave creative birth to the elements that then went on to make the whole wonderful life that we see on this planet Earth. And that's something that is difficult to make sense of. Maybe impossible to fully make sense of with our human minds. Jane Goodall, who studied the apes, she discovered, but then was troubled enough that she didn't reveal it for a long time, the violence among the chimps. She had the idea when she went to study them that nature was less violent, the primates would be less violent, and that human culture had developed violently. And she saw that the primates themselves in the state of nature were in fact violent, aggressive, and some primates will kill each other and even gather into bands and have wars. And even humans, we had this myth of the primitive, more peaceful people. And by in fact studying and observing, we find that more tribal cultures that seem closer to, might say, the state of nature are more violent, proportionate-wise. There's more killings than there are among civilized cultural peoples. So civilization, in fact, tames violence, even though we've built up weapons of greater power. And Max says, I'll eat you up. And he is sent to bed without eating anything. And there enters into the story this aspect of feeding and eating, which again is part of this experience of within the universe and within ourselves and our own life of predation, violence, creativity coming from death and destruction. We live by feeding off other beings, which involves destroying them. Even if you're a vegetarian, you must live through the destruction of other living things. And humans in their rituals and art have been very aware and sensitive to this. And it's part of religious ritual, eating and sacrifice. This mystery of life, beings feeding off other beings, and life coming from death and destruction. And Max says to his mother, "I'll eat you up," but she sends him to bed without eating. When Max says, "I'll eat you up," as a predator, there's one side of it is, "I'll kill you." And children and parents do have feelings of killing each other or getting rid of each other. And in fact, sometimes that is acted out. Sometimes children do kill their parents and parents do kill their children. There is a very real, serious level of conflict that has the potential of mutual destruction, even in this very sacred, nurturing, most archetypally loving relationship of a mother and a child. And some peoples, or in some traditions, are so troubled with this process of eating, feeding, life, death, destruction, recreation, that they develop practices to try to allow humans to completely escape from that, to escape from this world of samsara, it's sometimes called, the world of this mutual destruction and rebirth. So the story goes on. That very night in Max's room, a forest grew. And we see in the pictures that in Max's room there begin to grow trees, plants, until his room is gone and there is an entire forest. And this is, as the story later even makes clear when he comes back, this is Max entering into his imagination. J.R. Tolkien said that fairy tales, the author of Lord of the Rings, he said fairy tales are not really about the supernatural or magic. The strange things that happen in fairy tales that can't happen in the real world are based in the capacity of the human imagination to combine things in ways that they aren't in the real world. So in the real world, we don't see glass mountains, but we can combine that in our imagination. We can make a glass mountain and have a fairy tale where a princess sits on top of a glass mountain and princes have to ride their horses up to see who can get up to the princess on the glass mountain. In the real world, girls don't take body parts and fit them back together like Fisher's bird and so that they sit up again and reawaken. But that can happen in our imagination. The human imagination takes things from the outer world and is able to recombine them. So Tolkien said that fairy tales are not really trying to tell us about some supernatural world or magic powers. They're rooted in the very nature of human imagination, and they're taking us into our imaginations. So that very night in Max's room, a forest grew and grew and grew until his ceiling hung with vines and the walls became the world all around. And an ocean tumbled by with a private boat for Max, and he sailed off through almost over a year to where the wild things are. Now the story alters space and time. The room becomes a forest, and in Max's journey, time is altered. He sails through night and day, in and out of weeks, over a year. But as we know from the end, it's in the outer world, it's been very little time. And this changing of space and time tells us that we're leaving the world of ordinary reality and going into the inner psychic world of human beings. That we have this multifaceted experience of life that contains an outer and an inner world. And as far as we know, the most complex, developed, mysterious inner world, inner experience that any living being has. And in going into the forest, or in other fairy tales, going into caves or an underworld, it is suggested to us that we are entering into areas which are normally hidden from us, and that something from that hidden realm is going to be revealed to us. And in the altered time, we are told that we're entering into unconscious processes that are connected with ancient, archaic, that have given rise to what and who we are. And then Max goes over an ocean which can have the association of the feelings and the emotions, which when we enter into this world of feelings, emotions, it's like tides and swells, and with its own weather of turbulence and calm. He moves away from the shore, away from the stable, known, ordered, on an exploration into what is less known, ordered, more chaotic and mysterious. And he gets to where the wild things are. And when he came to the place, the story continues, where the wild things are, they roared their terrible roars and gnashed their terrible teeth and rolled their terrible eyes and showed their terrible claws. So Max has entered into himself, and this child is feeling this deep well of, the word is repeated many times, of terror, terribleness, of roars and teeth and aggressive, frightening eyes and claws of threatening predators. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke wrote that someone advised him to go and enter in and reconnect with his inner child. And as if it was kind of a happy, joyous thing, your inner child, your playfulness. And he went in and reconnected with his inner child. And he said the experiences was, for him, of things became more frightening. He said the little threads coming out of the blankets, the wool on his bed were sharp, and things were sharp and pointed and dangerous. And he had this heightened sensitivity that he was recalling from his childhood to that aspect of the world we come into, which is the aspect kind of outside the safety of the nourishing mother. So Max is meeting this, and when Max is there and he sees the wild things, Max says, "Be still." And he tamed them with the magic trick of staring into all their yellow eyes without blinking once. And they were frightened and called him the most wild thing of all, and made him king of all the wild things. And here this echoes, this imagery in human culture and art of the human as the most wild, predatory, conquering animal on earth, but also the aspect of the kingliness of stilling the wild things, of ruling over the wild things. Here we have another archetypal fairy tale image of becoming a king. In fairy tales, often the journey of the protagonist, often a young boy or girl, young man or woman, ends with them becoming a king or a queen. Sometimes that's interpreted as a reflection of the culture, society from which the tales came from, as if they came from times and places where there were kings and queens, and it's expressing the peasants' envious desire that they could rise up the social ladder. But this story tells us that that's not right at all, because this story was written in America in the 1960s, and there were no kings and queens in that culture, as there are not now. But the king or queen still has a deep resonance. It's the inner king and queen. And in the picture, we see Max with a crown and a scepter, and the wild things bowing down before him. "And now," cried Max, "let the wild rumpus start." And we see in the pictures Max and the wild things dancing, howling and clawing up to the moon like wild dogs and wolves. Then they're swinging on trees, and then Max is on top of the wild thing with his crown and scepter. They're dancing through the night forest. "Now stop," Max said, and sent the wild things off to bed without their supper. And here we see how Max in his imagination is, as a child, is working through his inner conflict and what it means to become a king in fairy tales. Max is taking rule over this part of these wild things that are parts of himself, of his nature. He isn't destroying them, but he is able to rule over them. He's able to tell them, okay, now be wild, let the wild rumpus start, and they can express their wildness. But he's also able to say, stop, and they stop. This is the meaning of the king in fairy tales. When someone becomes a king or a queen, it signifies a level of maturity where they are able to rule over themselves, acquire a self-rule or a self-parenting. And Max, the king of all the wild things, we could say the human, the king of all the wild things on earth, was lonely and wanted to be where someone loved him best of all. Here Max, in his imagination, is following out possible directions that his life and energies could take. And he sees that he could follow out his wildness and simply live it all out. But if he did, he would become lonely. He would be unfit for society if he simply let the wild things in him control himself, have their way. And there's another story that expresses this in another way by Shakespeare's play Richard III, is about a man who climbs his way to the top of the dominance hierarchy of his time in England. He becomes king by ruthlessly killing off, manipulating, lying. He consciously chooses to let the wild, dark, violent sides of himself guide his life, and he achieves his goal. He's the top predator, and in an amazing scene at the end, Shakespeare goes into his mind, and Richard, before he dies, realizes that though everyone is submitting to him, that there's nobody who loves him. There's not a single person who actually loves him. Everyone hates him. And he tries to console himself. He says, well, at least I love myself, And as he thinks further, he realizes, no, I don't even love myself. I hate myself. And that's the end of someone who does not achieve a self-rule, an ultimate loneliness, lack of love, and finally even a disconnection from themselves. So Max is in this process discovering another part of himself, maybe even a deeper part of himself that seeks love, community, relationship, and that requires that he achieve a level of self-rule, that he comes to acknowledge all parts of himself, but puts an order into them, that he can say, be wild, now stop, be quiet, be still. So here we see a function of the human imagination. In evolution, part of the process of creativity is an exploring random mutation. So a bacteria or virus, in order to adapt to its environment, will create multiple replicas, but with random mutations, and one of them will be more adapted. And then the organism can continue adapted to its environment. That's part of the inner creativity and exploration of the universe, moving toward its goal. But that's very costly. But if you have a virus or bacteria that can replicate over and over, they just sacrifice many so that one can go forward and evolve. But in the human being, this process has become internalized. And it occurs in our imagination, so that instead of just letting humans try out things and try out the path of King Richard and find out that that's a dead end and it leads to loneliness and misery, we can play that out in our imagination. It's like creating a replica of ourselves and seeing what would happen if it went down that path. And if it gets destroyed, which our ideas and plans often do in our mind, well, then we don't have to go there. We can go another way. So our imagination has internalized the exploratory evolutionary process of trying out many mutations and finding which is the best adaptation. So Max in his mind is seeing what would happen if he simply followed out his wildness. He would become a lonely, isolated, sad, self-hating human being. So now he doesn't have to go through that. He understands that there's a different path. And if we experience the plays of Shakespeare, like of King Richard, what we're doing is learning, like an organism replicating itself and finding out which adaptation is better. But we can do that with our mind and imagination. It's an amazing invention of the universe that humans can, with their imagination, explore multiple evolutionary possible paths, and then instead of killing off many humans, we just kill off those ideas and we find the other way. And the fairy tales do that. They show possible journeys of humans and show us the successful and unsuccessful ones. Such as in Mother Hala, it tells about two girls who journey through the underworld, and one is productive, conscientious, helpful, the other's lazy, and we see the consequences without ourselves having to try out those destructive paths. So this story exemplifies and shows us part of what imagination is about and what it can be when it's functioned properly, and what the real creative geniuses have given us through their stories. They've given us tools so that this evolutionary function of human imagination can work better, more creatively, and less destructively. Then the story goes on, then all around from far away across the world he smelled good things to eat. So he gave up being king of where the wild things are. But the wild things cried, "Oh, please don't go. We'll eat you up. We love you so." And Max said, no. He's making a choice now, a conscious choice to resolve this inner conflict. Then the wild things roared their terrible roars and gnashed their terrible teeth and rolled their terrible eyes and showed their terrible claws. But Max stepped into his private boat and waved goodbye and sailed back over a year and in and out of weeks and through a day. And into the night of his very own room, where he found his supper waiting for him. And it was still hot. And there in that last phrase, Sendak brings so many things together and also awakens us more clearly to the fact that this has been a journey of Max into his inner world, into his imagination. And as we look at the story as a whole, we notice how the inner world of where the wild things are was paralleling the outer world of his family life, as we've seen so many times in fairy tales. Like in Hansel and Gretel, when they go into the forest, they find the nourishing cake house, like the mother they want, having a witch inside, just like in the outer world, their mother, from whom they sought love, was cruel and devouring and wanting to kill them. So in this story, where the wild things are, we see that in the inner world of the forest, there are all these parallels to the outer world. So Max sends the wild things to bed without their supper, just as his mother did. And there he is starting to internalize his mother's perspective. Instead of seeing it as an outer imposing authority, he imagines it and starts to see what the reasons are. He sees it from his mother's perspective so that he can integrate that into himself. In that way, further resolving his inner conflict. So to finish up our meditation, I'll just finish with a little story from Maurice Sendak, that he said that he once received a letter from a little boy who was a fan, and in reply he wrote back a letter to the boy with a little drawing of one of the wild things. And he got a letter back from the little boy's mother. And the mother said that my little boy, Jim, loved your card so much, that Maurice Sendak sent him. He loved your card so much that he ate it. And the author, Maurice Sendak, said that was one of the best compliments I ever received. The little boy didn't care that he had received an original drawing or anything. He just saw And so, Solomon, do we have any comments or questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We had a good one from Claudia. She asked, could the forest be real to some people but not to other people? Can something be real for you but no one else?
I would say that the forest is real. I mean, the inner world is real, but it is a different kind of world. But I do believe that Sendak sends many signals to us that he's writing about a child and what it's like for a child going into the room and then going into the world of their imagination. So that's how I see it.
Good. That was the only question that we had for today.
Okay. Okay, so shall we finish with our meditation?
I would like that.
Okay. So coming to the present through our bodies and their actual sensations in the present. We link ourselves to the moment, our bodies as the mediators between the outer world and our inner world. And as we experience in our lives conflicts, struggles, we notice also, as Max did, somewhere there is an abiding, loving, caring presence. Through all his journey with the wild things, there was a caring, loving mother bringing him his food, offering him love and reconciliation. So the universe that we are in, that contains frightening wild things, all the while at the very deeper level is a universe permeated by and originated by a source of love and caring for every part of the universe, including each one of us.
Beautiful girl, come and hold my hand. Don't be afraid, 'cause everything eventually comes to a rest. I know it's hard to feel like you're alone. So release those tears and let them fall. They will heal and they can help make you grow strong. Choose love, it makes us so much more. to rise above. I thought at one time my love was conditional, immersed in the ways of an immature ego, yeah. All the while I was in a transitional state of open-hearted mindedness, and it was so very, very critical for me to learn the hard way. Aligning my inner expression with the outer world is what my heart needs me to be, and it makes us so much stronger when we choose a love, and it makes us so much more when we choose to rise above, and it makes us so much more. It makes us so much more when we know wisdom through wishing, a humble will always bends. For those who take the time to see, to feel, they want to make amends. So don't feel like your good intention is all in vain. Just remember that I'm right beside you, and I feel the exact same way, and it makes us so much stronger when we choose our love, and it makes us so much more when we choose to rise above, and it makes us so much more when we love, and it makes us so much more when we love. Beautiful girl, come and hold my hand. Don't be afraid, 'cause everything eventually comes to a rest. Comes to a rest. Pure, pure like the water, let it run forevermore. To be clean, clean as the waves come crashing to the shore. It leaves me smooth, smooth as a pebble, polished in the depth of loving, carried by the winds of grace, on the wings of a dove. So pure, pure like the water, let it run forevermore. To be clean, clean as the waves come crashing to the shore. It leaves me smooth, smooth as a pebble, polished in the depth of love, and carried by the winds of grace, on the wings of a dove. So shine, shine as a diamond, project the light of one. From the source we are sent through the center, as the moon reflects the sun. Arising awake from your slumber, kindled ancient flame, is witness through the waves of what's to change, though the essence remains the same. All lies and gains, all fades away. So pure, pure like the water, let it run forevermore. To be clean, clean as the waves come crashing to the shore. Then leaves me smooth, smooth as a pebble, polished in the depth of loving, carried by the winds of grace on the wings of a dove. So shine, shine as a diamond, projects the light of one. From the source we are sent through the center, as the moon reflects the sun, arising awake from your slumber. Kindled ancient flame as witness to the waves of what's to change, though the essence remains the same. All lies and games, all fades away. All lies within, and all finds a way. Na 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 na, na 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 na.
Each individual possesses a unique frequency. Combining together, these frequencies resonate, creating the collective conscious mind, the unifying force connecting us in this space-time web.
Dewdrop on a leaf, gravity beneath, universe in the sky is on my mind. Distant ray of light spiraling through the night. Flightless flamingo lost in limbo. Math of the universe so stable as we try to understand the ineffable. United we stand so indivisible. The villagers have surrendered to the celestial.
I heard DNA's the plasma guidance, bearing witness to the mysteries of the plant, animal, and mushroom kingdom on this planet. As they interact like artificial circuits programmed by your circuits with computers that are in us. Did I mention I'm a wizard? All of this is magic. Your space is laughing into atoms as they manifest. Some are born to a sense of a life, and some are born to the end of the night. I am the infinite spectrum of life, and we still getting reckless tonight. This is the conquest of galactic streams of consciousness, trying to build a village out of it. Find the rhythm that we spawning in, and ride the river back to cosmic bliss. If we forget that it's all the gift.
Horizon goes on and on. The children have begun to question where they come from. Eyes of wonder, cry thunder. Reparations from the presence of the awakening sun's essence. About have surrendered to the celestial. The villagers have surrendered to the celestial.
One is compassion, and the other is insight into the radical interdependence of all phenomena. And you need both, he said. You need the compassion because that provides the fuel to move you out where you need to be, to do what you need to do. It means not being afraid of the suffering of your world. And when you're not afraid to be with that pain, then nothing can stop you. You can be and do what you're meant to. But by itself, he said, that implement is very hot. It can burn you out. So you need the other. That other tool, the insight into the radical interconnectivity at the heart of existence. The web of life. Our deep ecology. That, you know, he said, when you understand that, then you know that this is not a battle between good guys and bad guys. You know that the line between good and evil runs through the landscape of every human heart. And you know that we are so interwoven in the web of life that even the smallest act with clear intention has repercussions beyond your capacity to see. But that's kind of cool, he said. Maybe even a little abstract. So you need the heat of the compassion. So you need the heat of the compassion.
we are leaving the timelines of war. The warrior becomes a guardian. No shame of defeat, no rage in righteousness, just heart planting gardens. Take me through my shadows, show me my fellow man. Help me find the sanctuary every place I am. I am. I am. I am. I am. I know we'll find a better way. 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 I know we'll find a better way.
I am the voice of a million women who have been raped and pillaged, who have been sacrificed, who are claiming their queendom of heaven on earth, sanctuary of the womb, the great birthing ground. No longer victims of circumstance, no longer the target of unresolved pain. I want to heal the distance between our hearts and minds, between our beliefs and our doubts, generations of separation. I am. I am. I am. I am.
I know we'll find a better way. 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 I am. I am. I am. I am.
body I hit. I know bimbo, I'm package
dream, no strings, no defenses, and we're all dancing, open arms and hearts, beating, beating. I like the world back there, so many lost, so many scared, so afraid of letting go, afraid of what we don't know, so afraid of prying eyes, afraid of lies, afraid to live outside the boxes that we build. I wanna go where the painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. The painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. And there's space to be, space to see, space to breathe, space to be, space to be, space to be. No chains, no fences, no walls, and no crying, no rain, yeah. It's just like a dream, no strings, no defenses, and we're all dancing, open arms and hearts, beating, beating. I like the world back there, so many hurt, afraid to care, so afraid to be left behind, afraid of losing your mind, so afraid of living up, afraid of love, afraid to be enough. Those who look up to you, I wanna go where the painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. The painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. Well, out there the world is so cold. Out there the world's gone crazy. So much destruction and so many haters hating. But in the darkest day, well, I know I still can find my way. I close my eyes and go, in my mind I go where the painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. The painted lights, they wash away, yeah, yeah. No chains, no fences, no walls, and no, no, no crying, no rain, yeah. It's just like a dream, no strings, no defenses, and we're all dancing, open arms and hearts. No, no defenses anymore. There's too many walls, too many walls, you know all these things, you know. There's too many walls and not enough time. So many painted on painted lines. So many walls and not enough time, time.
seeing. Broke the news as we laid upon the garden bay, looking up with all our questions as you ran across the sky. The cedar stained my knees. I was searching for the spirit who could comfort me. As I held the red earth in my hand, I knew your name. It was love becoming love, becoming love. Mother made my womb from the twigs and moss and fern. I called you forth to bloom. Didn't know there'd be a season full of so much rain. You came into my dreams. You were sweet. I felt your strength inside of me, and your smile seemed to tell me it would be okay. Love becoming love, becoming love. We grow between the singing winds. Will you share your mother's name? Will you run behind the linings? Will you know just why you came? Will you grow between the singing winds? Will you share your mother's name? Will you run behind the lioness? Will you know just why you came? Love, love, love. Pull it in the grass, she pulled it loose from its descent to the middle of the earth. She buries it in her ancestral womb, giving her the right of her birth. She gives the bullet to her father and mother, who refuse to hold what is not their own. Confined at home, bloodletting her body, a crimson
Have you been reckless with love? Build walls round your heart, hoping someday to find someone who'll break through, make a man out of you. Have you been reckless with love?
Have you been crossing the line time after time? Memories sewn to your sleeve, waiting on some prince to make sense of all this. Have you been crossing the line?
Honey, take my hand. I know you want it, I know you can.
I'll be your ever-loving man. Now I can't live without you, see, oh, you're the very best of me. Yes, I've been heartless, it seems, concocting schemes, struggling to fill a void. This stringing along can only be wrong. Yes, I've been heartless, it seems.
Yes, I've been foolish, I know, and cold as the snow, blinded by fantasy, turning love away as it's stared in my face. Yes, I've been foolish, I know.
Babe, come on, let's twirl. The world's our oyster and you're my pearl.
I'll be your ever loyal girl. Long as you take care of me, don't do me wrong for anything.
I know so many people, they're losing their mind. They can't find love or they can't find time. But I promise you this, at the top of my list is to care for you and to make you mine. Oh,
honey, take my hand. I know you want it, I know you can.
I'll be your ever-loving man. Now I can't live without you, see, you're the very best of me. So babe, come on, let's twirl.
The world's our oyster and you're my pearl. I'll be your ever loyal girl.
As long as you take care of me,
don't do me wrong for anything.
On a minefield of my own flesh, disguised by wicked seduction. One wrong fatal step brings utter destruction. I pace among the tombstones of my fallen friends. I look up towards the sky as darkness descends. I look below my feet, millions of doomed souls. Hand of my Savior, looking through the hole stumble over the traps before me. My chest hits the floor. I rise with a new life that death doesn't hold anymore. I had met with fate, prepared the end and set the scene, but he rewrote the finale, and I was made clean. Oh, I was made clean. I look below my feet, millions of doomed souls. I'm in the hand of my Savior, looking through the holes, looking through the holes. I'm in a Savior's hand, yes, Lord, the Savior's hand. I'm in the Savior's hand, yes, Lord, the Savior's hand.
Yes. This one's for the family, worldwide. Shrikala, Aloka, Tubby Love, Amber Lily, Lily Fangs. Let's bring it together.
We got to unify. We got to unify. We got to unify. We got to unify.
Many sticks, one drum. Ra-pa-pum-pum. Feel the fire dance. Heal the ocean. In the air we breathe. Feel it everywhere. Fill your vacancy. Now you're a billionaire. Stop playing on the outskirts. Show them how your mouth works. Bearing it all, yeah, doing it without shirt. See the marks on my lineage. They dark colored melanin. They walk with the elephant. We all for the remnants. We all for the message. If we talk, then we get it in. All my people on the arm with the blessings. On and on to the next thing. Cause we got to unify.
We got to unify. We got to unify. We got to unify.
Fire's burning strong in our hearts of heed the messages, feel the drums call. Tell me what you see, tell me what you hear. Set our voices free, there's healing in the air. Oil and water don't mix for a reason. Shift up the paradigm, changing of the seasons. So our children have rights to the sequel. Run like the bison, give strength to the people. The web of life not separate from man. Unified tribes are reclaiming the land. Rise and awaken, this is our stand. Holding the torch and extending our hand.
We got to unify. We got to unify. We got to unify.
We can work it out.
Just gotta show up, you don't gotta know what for.
Come together now.
Community, it could be a great piece.
Forward with no doubt.
Harmony, we don't gotta fight no more.
Share your wisdom loud.
Hey, yeah.
Yes, mother keeps the wisdom. I'm praying that we listen. The fear is just a prison. It's time to break the system. All has been forgiven. Yeah, we have risen. It's time to fly. Right here, right now, no fear, no doubt. Right here, right now, right here, right now.
I'm shifting my attention beyond the simulation. I'm setting my intention at the highest vibration. This is the ascension, the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. To find order, balance restored again. To find mother, the goddess will rise again. I feel your heart connection. Transition to the age of the feminine. This is the ascension. The ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension. The ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart.
Oh, I can tell by the way that you know it's gotta go. I can tell by your face that you know she's got a domino. She's in the cut, but she can't get enough. But she sticks to the rut, and she's not getting up. But remember why you came and how you overcame it. Breaking the chain, get the deal done.
But I always get the deal done. I walk in anyone, I walk in everyone, and overcome a power like a ready one. Man, I'm Venice, I swung, I find a fun until I'm done. Pushing forward till the deal done. Deal done before I begun, and I run like a drum on my tongue, make 'em numb, and I find making fun, and I know sure to shrug, and I'm now not plugged, and I find I'm the one, and I'm now I can trudge, and I'm under the mud, and I day misjudging, and I'll get low when I find him down, and I'll get up when I'll be blunt, and I don't give up, and I look to the front, and I not much trust, and I'm open, I bust till I turn to the dust, and I hang, and I must, and I find, and I fold, and I told it bust, and I ride in the mold, and I fist, and I dropped, and I let it go, and I find it agreed, and I find it a mean, and I find it a mean, and that goes slow. But I always get the deal done. I walk in anyone, I walk in everyone, and overcome a power like a ready one. Man, I'm Venice, I swung, I find a fun until I'm done. Pushing forward till the deal's done. Playing on with my mind, I follow that sign. Take control of the life of mine. I feel it that it is I do come true when I'm breaking through. When I lace in shoes and I say a little prayer. When I know that my chances are everywhere, and I know just who is true in the room. And I find it a tune, and I finally fly. And I go and I watch me fly. When I laugh and I go when I pass you by. When the day that I die, when I find it alive, when I space and I try, when I find it alive. Got a faith in the night, got a faith in the fight. When a moment in time and I'm waiting to shine. In my thoughts deep in the family line. Mind me a fine, get the deal, boy. I always get the deal done. I walk in anyone, I walk in everyone, and overcome a power like a ready one. Man, I'm Venice, I swung, I find a fun until I'm done. Pushing forward till the deal's done.
Oh, I can tell by the way that you know it's gotta go. I can tell by your face that you know she's got a domino. She's in the cut, but she can't get enough. But she sticks to the rut, and she's not getting up. But remember why you came, and how you overcame it. Breaking the chain, get the deal done.
But I always get the deal done. I outworking anyone, I outworking everyone, and overcome a blow like a ready one. Man, I'm fan as I swung, I'm fan of fun until I'm done. Pushing forward till the deal's done.
Now there's a new definition of love, I looked it up, I wrote it down, memorized thoughts for now, a freestyle, help me find my way home if I was ever lost and didn't know where to go. Oh, is that soul, the flow sounds familiar, I got an accent, shows in Australia, I'm area, you got the right criteria, here we go again, chromosome dance, our DNA, for love in this life and clarity, only the best, good luck, I see you later queen, don't complain when it all washes away, you got a castle made of sand, don't be a sour apple, left a bittersweet taste in my memory bank. Your commission, Mr. Mission, so a part of my thanks. Keep the roses anyway, see I'm an orchid man, and got too much love to fall back on the plan. Full love, do it all for the family. Full of love, I can see the similarity. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. I'm out on the front line, following the map, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, do it all for the family. Full love, I can see the similarity. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. I'm out on the front line, following the map, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. Full love, I'll never fall back. And if I do apologize, I'm sorry that I did it. Good thing for second chances, looking now I'm all up in it. I let you go, but never a life where you're truly mine. And who am I to say that you weren't that genuine? Things you think you can't replace with sugar limes. Lie to me, ain't okay now, story's gone. It was a nice one, could have been written well. Caught up in the detail, fairy tale lakes are frozen no longer, they dried up. I drive my own motorcycle now with a sidecar. Metaphor for more exploration, we can't stop creating. If we do, we die, dead, gone. Don't lose that fear and the love, for it's created in song. The portal, the palm, it's written in the stars. And I never fall back on forgiveness, for the essence of love is the map, key, the question, yes, all the above. Now go ahead and break it down a bit. See the conglomerate, it's not too complex when you let it fit. Good advice in this life, stick to your business, and the rest will fall in place, promise that's how it is. Full love, do it all for the family. Full of love, I can see the similarity. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. I'm out on the front line, following the map, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, do it all for the family. Full of love, I can see the similarity. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. I'm out on the front line, following the map, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, do it all for the family. Full of love, I can see the similarity. Full love, I'll never fall back. Full love, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. I'm out on the front line, following the map, fall back. No, I'll never fall back. Full love, I'll never fall back.
Every day, another tragedy in the news.
makes me say, Lord, the world has really got the blues. It's enough to drive you crazy. No time to lose your mind. The thunder in the distance, it's just the ticking of the hands of time. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. I felt like an outlaw ever since I was a child. I didn't fit at all. They were tame, but I was wild. This concrete jungle, you know it's not my world at all. It's a toxic bungle, and I would not wait to see it fall. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. A nut must crack for a seed to find its way to the sun. Just step back. It's okay to still have fun. If this world is a prison, we are the flowers growing through the bars. Cause we never listened when they said we couldn't reach the stars. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah.
And now enjoy this awakening talk.
So tonight I want to explore something I've been reflecting on a lot, and it's really that when humans create a lot of harm on this planet, it's a call for us to deepen our attention, whenever it comes to our attention, to the mind states behind it. Like, what caused that harm? And it's a really important question. You know, I'm thinking of the ecological disasters, like at the Gulf. You know, we have such a short memory of what the crises are, and all of a sudden it just fades. Well, there'll be more accidents. What's behind that? Can we sense into the greed and fear in the culture that causes that, or that causes an economic crisis that creates such tragedy in the lives of so many people? For many of us, 9/11 was just here, so we think, well, what's behind the violence there, and then the retaliation that create the more violence, the cycles of violence. What's behind that? Can we sense the fear and the anger behind that? And then last week was so poignant for millions and millions of people. What's the mind state behind wanting to see someone be killed? Behind believing that punishment, that killing people for what they're being accused of is really going to create a better world in any way. What's behind that? These are questions it feels important to ask. I think of our country, there's 70% of the world, countries in the world have gotten rid of capital punishment. So there's 30%, United States and some third world countries, that have retained it. Okay. Now 65% of our population approves. So what is it? It's such an important question. What is it if we approve of something that we know doesn't detain crime? That we know hits people that can't afford a lawyer, a decent lawyer. That we know often hits the wrong person. The wrong person gets killed. What's the mind state that would have 65% of our country believe this is helpful? These are questions that I've been asking. What is it behind an eye for an eye when we're believing that? So after 9/11, when a lot of people feared the very continuation of violence that has occurred, there was a story that circulated on the web. And I remember being moved by it and sharing it here. Some of you might remember it. It's a story where an old grandfather is speaking to his grandson, and he's talking about what causes violence and cruelty. And he says, in each human heart, he says, there are two wolves battling one another, and one is fearful and angry, and the other is wise, is understanding and kind. And so the young boy looks at his grandfather and says, yeah, and so which is going to win? And the grandfather smiles and he quietly says, whichever one we choose to feed. So, when we think of what the mind states are, behind so much violence, we sense the fear and the anger that are there. And it's not just in certain people. It's all of us. I mean, every one of us has a nervous system that is rigged when we feel threatened, to feel anger and to feel fear. And I want to say right from the start, this isn't a talk about that we should get rid of that. We need to feel angry and we need to feel fearful. And that aggression is a really important part of us to survive. And it has an intelligence that alerts us. So we need to be able to pay attention to that. But it's part of our limbic system. It's part of the most primitive part, the reptilian and limbic system. It's part of us. But unless we're able to cultivate and pay attention to the more recently evolved parts of the brain, the frontal cortex that is the site of thinking, and it's the site of empathy, and it's the site of insight. Unless we cultivate that, we won't be able to mediate. We won't be able to really provide wisdom and guidance for the more primitive parts of the brain. I mean, there's a reason that we humans develop these different layers of the brain. So our potential is to go ahead and feel the different strong emotions that are there, but have some wisdom that lets us know how to respond to them. We're potentially very dangerous and cruel creatures. And I was thinking of our dog. We have two poodles, and one's a royal standard, very large dog. His name's Hakuna, the Lion King. And I would take him for walks in Bethesda, and Hakuna is very alpha, like really, really alpha. And he hated this pair of Akitas that used to be in the neighborhood. And whenever he'd see them, he'd want to lunge at them. So I'd have to go to a tree and wrap his leash around a tree and hold on because, 90 pounds of hurtling poodle, drags me around, and that's hard. So then after they passed, Hakuna would go back to cheerfully, smelling the smells and trotting along. If you think of what a human does, Hakuna didn't start replaying it and thinking, damn Agitas, they think they own the hood, And, it wasn't like he would keep going on it. He just went back to what he went back to. Not with humans. What happens to us is that in some way somebody mistreats us or insults us or threatens us or whatever it is, and we get going and we keep replaying it, and every time we have the thought of how wrong they are or what happened, it revs up the biochemistry of fight-flight, which revs more thoughts, and we keep cycling in it. And then we behave in ways that create more of the very situation that has the seeds of violence. So this is what I mean by feeding the angry wolf. We get caught in this trance of bad other, and we believe it, and our bodies believe it, and it affects us. Our sense of identity narrows into a victimized or angry person. The same thing happens as a society. When as a culture we have a mindset of in some way we're better than or we're threatened and we have to get back in the same way eye to eye for an eye in order to put some other country or people in their place. When we have the idea that we can control things and do the war to end all wars or get rid of certain types of people, it creates a cultural or social psyche, a kind of alpha psyche that is actually really dangerous. So what I'd like to talk about tonight is that we have a choice. Each of us has the same nervous system and wiring, but we have a choice how we respond to the situations in our life. So I want to explore meditation because every time something happens in the world that's really horrendous, there's some prayer in me that knows that if more of us could meditate, we would touch the consciousness that wouldn't then generate the horror. And what meditation does, it's now research is showing it in very explicit ways through MRI diagrams and so on. It shows how when you meditate, it activates the left frontal cortex. Now what that means is it activates certain positive emotions and it deactivates the limbic system's fight-flight. So in those moments, there's more capacity to think reasonably, there's more capacity to see consequences, there's more capacity to contact empathy, really important, because if there's not empathy, the other stays a bad other. Our hearts don't include who's there. We make decisions based on the idea that somebody out there or a group of people is in some way less than human, and then therefore we can hurt them. So one of the ways we can understand meditation is it, instead of the sympathetic nervous system, which is fight-flight, meditation activates the parasympathetic, which puts a bit of a brake on it, allows us to slow down, allows us to come back to some balance and some peace. The word ahimsa means to cause no harm. It's non-violence. And in a way, I love the language of it. When I moved to Washington, I was part of an ashram community, and ahimsa was the name of the ashram. And it is an invitation that's in all the Eastern spiritual traditions, it kind of saying what's possible. that it's possible in these human body minds, with all of our wiring, to take care of ourselves, to draw boundaries, to take care of those we love, but have a heart that really causes no harm, that is not creating actions that cause harm, that's a possibility. Ahimsa means that we, in our moments, are remembering our innate connection with all beings, that there's a oneness that we're part of. And when there's that realization, we act from that wisdom. So I'm going to explore this a little more, but just to say that we need to act on all the fronts that I've kind of named. We need to act, whether it's for saving the health of the planet, or bringing it back, or working for peace, are working for social justice. We need to act. And none of those actions will make a difference unless we have gone to our own hearts and minds and sensed, how do I create violence? And sometimes it's small ways, but how do I create separation? How do I feed the angry, fearful wolf? Because if we can do that, and it really is us, and by us I mean those of us that are sitting here tonight, and those of us that are listening or watching, and those of us around the world that are just in a process of waking up and sensing the pain of violence, the pain of being possessed by fear and anger. If we can begin in our lives, and I'll invite you tonight just to pick one place where you might be feeding the angry wolf, or you might be in some subtle way living, buying into your judgments and keeping somebody at a distance and not really seeing them as a part of you in some way. If you can take one place where that's happening, then you are helping to evolve the consciousness on this planet in a way that gives us a hope for ahimsa, for peace. So it's a both end, to act in the world and to keep feeding the understanding and kind wolf. So we begin just to look a little bit more at how our wiring reacts to violence, and to say that every child, we can see in every child that there is this rigging that we want to get even when we feel hurt. It's a way of, in some way, the organism trying to find control again. We want to get back. So vengeance is very deep in our system. It's not like we're bad for it. And I hope that nothing I'm saying tonight about how we cause violence has to do with a bad. It's our nervous system. So children are like that. I remember with my son, I would wrestle with him, or we'd play, and if for some reason, if I pushed him in any way, he'd have to push me back twice as hard. And I remember really well, it was like in his body, he had to do it to feel okay, So it's for children, and I remember reading, somebody's described this to me. Boy announces proudly, "I'm going to marry grandma." The father says gently, "Son, you can't do that. Children don't marry their grandparents." And he says, "Why not? You married my mom. I'm going to marry yours," And it's in children, it's in, we can go to the other end of the spectrum. Rita Rutner writes, my grandmother buried 3 husbands. 2 of them were only napping, So our limbic system is the source of this anger and fear, and it's 10 times quicker than the frontal cortex, which then starts thinking about things. And it's much more satisfying to respond with anger. It's much more satisfying initially to lash out. There's a whole surging biochemistry of anger that we can get addicted to. Because temporarily there's a sense of power and rightness and control. Temporarily. So we get addicted to it. It's easier to believe that somebody else is a bad other. When we've been injured in some way, it's easier to believe that and feel our righteous anger and to lash out than it is to feel the wound that's happened and process the injury. And this is a key thing, and we're going to keep coming back to this, that it's easier to feel angry and to feed the angry wolf than it is to bring a presence to the vulnerability and begin to come to the place where we can feed the understanding and wise wolf. It's easier. So what happens is we do that, and whatever is unprocessed then sets the seeds for the next round of lashing out. We haven't been with the wound, it gets re-triggered really quickly, and we lash out again. So our anger never takes care of it. And sometimes the anger is delayed, as we know, and there's a kind of a more passive-aggressive, but it still gets to us. Some of you might remember the story of a guy who confesses to his friend at work that he really blew it, that in some way he was talking to his secretary, and he was kind of attracted to her, and when she asked how the weather was, he said, it's kind of nipply out today. And he felt terrible and embarrassed, and he said, oh my God, His friend said, oh, it's not your fault, you made what's called a Freudian slip. Why just the other morning I was having breakfast with my wife, and I meant to ask, please pass the sugar, but instead I said, you damn bitch, you've ruined my life, So I think you get the idea. We hold it in, we, in some way keep feeding the angry wolf, and it comes out in some ways. I mean, they say that women are depressed. When they get depressed, they eat or shop. When men get depressed, depressed, they attack another country. It comes out unless we take the time to face the unfaced fears. And we are in a culture that's got a lot of discomfort and fear at its core, disconnection. But rather than face the vulnerability, we try to consume more, we try to earn more, we try to win more, we spend more. We're running. So you can look at it as an individual or as a society, that when we keep feeding the angry wolf, when we don't face what's here, we continue to plant the seeds of violence. And a lot of the fears we're not facing, we can see it, it comes out in discrimination and in cultural and institutional discrimination, a fear of women, fear of people with different sexual orientations, fear of people of different races or religions. And those fears, unless we're with them, we act out violently. Okay, read to you, there's a book that starts with a story of an Austrian woman named Clara, and she's made pregnant by a married uncle who, when his wife dies, marries her. All her children die soon after birth. Finally, she has her fourth child, and her fourth child is really, really sickly. And she nurses for 2 years obsessively. He tries to get away from the nipple, but he can't because she's so afraid that she wants to force him to live. She's so afraid he's not going to. She's also obsessive about other things. She's obsessive about having a spotless house, and she lives in fear of her husband's beatings. And her son grows up to be exceedingly fearful as an adult. He's afraid of any dirt. He's afraid of, he's a vegetarian, afraid of microbes, of germs, of dirt. He feels the very blood in his veins is dangerous, that it can bring about defects and feeble-mindedness, so in children. He's afraid of gossip about his incestuous family. He never has children. He's afraid of his tainted blood. He's terrified of cancer, which took his mother's life. He's horrified he suckled at diseased breasts. He's afraid of moonlight and horses, of snow, the water, the dark, of judges, of Americans, of old men, of poets. So the question is, how could anyone live with that much fear? Okay, this is the unprocessed fear. He seized on one all-encompassing explanation for the existence of sin and disease, for his failures and disappointments. There was no weakness in his parents or in his blood or in his mind. He was faultless. Others were filth. He could not change his china blue eyes. He could change the world they saw. He would identify the secret source of every evil and root it out. He would free Europe of pollution and defilement. Only health and purity would remain. Are such grim and comic facts significant or merely interesting? Here's another. The doctor who could not cure Clara Hitler's cancer was Jewish. So that's from A Thread of Grace by Mary Russell. It's powerful, the effect of unfaced fear. So we begin to look, okay, so what gives rise to violence? And we see, these different emotions. We see that the fears and anger that we're not facing are caused by sexual abuse. They're caused by emotional abuse. We can see them caused by poverty, the fear of survival. We can see them caused by racism. We can see them caused by mental disorders and by biological disorders. I mean, all of those can give rise to fear and anger that we then don't process, right? But here's what's interesting. That in a culture, some of the most horrendous acts in history occurred in seemingly normal cultures. So I want to read you from, this is John Briere, who's a trauma expert and author and teacher. This is what he writes. Hitler would not have been successful but for the complicity of many thousands of ordinary citizens. Sometimes all that appears to be required for good people to do bad things is underlying dissatisfaction or anger, tapped or channeled by charismatic leadership, nationalism, or a cultural storyline about ancient enemies or unacceptable groups. The German people were human in the same way that Americans were human over several hundred years, that they supported and participated in the violent enslavement of African people. Perfectly normal people, us, and yet caught in a cultural mindset, not facing deep down some of the unprocessed fears, so caught in a mindset and caught in activity that's violent. I find it interesting that research now shows that those who hold a lesser value and lesser entitlement of certain people and certain groups, in other words, women, people of color, gays, so on, they're more inclined towards violence and towards supporting violence. It makes sense intuitively, but it's interesting to see the research now. What it comes to, in my mind, is the language I like is unreal other. That when anybody or a group of people we consider in some way less than, they become less than human. They're unreal to us, so we can hurt them. They're unreal, so we can kill them. They're a group of terrorists, or they're a group of this or this, and so we can do things and we don't look to see that who's really there. Now here is something that goes hand in hand with that, which is we also are violent towards ourselves. I mean, we're cruel and harsh in our judgments. We sometimes punish ourselves. We do behaviors that violate ourselves. And so not only do we make others unreal, we make the self inside unreal. You know, this is I have a bad self in here, and it's kind of like an other that we judge and condemn and push around. So it's interesting to me that if you think of it, if you really embraced the life inside you, if you're a person that loves the life that's here and you embrace all the imperfections of this being that's right here, you're not going to be a person that then wants to kill another person. If you love life, you're going to love life. So anybody that is locked into violence towards others is disconnected from their own inner being and their own life inside. It's an act of that comes from disconnectedness. So ahimsa is this process of becoming connected so that we care. When we're disconnected, our identity gets very small. You know it in the moments that it's like that. In moments when you're caught in fear or anger, the sense of who you are shrinks. You become small, solid, separate from others. So the process of feeding the wise wolf, the understanding wolf, is really a process first of reconnecting to the life that's here. That's the first step. That we open our hearts and our mindful presence to the life that's here, and then we begin to sense, oh, others are part of my being, part of my heart, that we're all part of the same web of life. We can see that, but not until we first get intimate with the life that's here. So this is Gandhi. He describes his own spiritual unfolding, and he says, I hold myself to be incapable of hating any being on earth. By a long course of prayerful discipline, I have ceased for over 40 years to hate anybody. I know this is a big claim. Nevertheless, I make it in all humility. Now, what is powerful about this to me is that he had to work through prayer to wake up out of creating separateness and into an embracing heart. And what that tells me is it takes commitment. That if we want to experience this freedom from being possessed by the angry wolf, we want to have anger as a signal but not be possessed, it takes training. It takes a real commitment, a willingness to deepen our attention, because every one of us gets triggered and every one of us has those energies moving through us. So let's explore this some, because the given is that we've each been wounded. I mean, we each have kind of hurt and vulnerability that can get triggered, every one of us. So how do we respond when we get re-triggered by somebody personally in our life or by something that goes on in the world, and we feel that sense of helplessness or anger or our powerlessness or fear? How do we respond? Do we just go right into all of our angry thoughts and just start spinning in it? Or do we say, oh, this is part of my training? You know, I really want to serve this evolution of consciousness in this being and all beings. Please, may I pause and look more deeply? You know, as Gandhi said, that prayerfulness. You know, how do we respond? So, one good friend, a couple of years back, when her husband admitted having an affair with another woman, and that was after about a year of deception. You know, she ran into this because her response was a kind of bitterness and a hatred and anger that she basically wanted to kill him. You know, she felt murderous. And so the first part of her process was absolutely not making that wrong. You know, I didn't encourage her to, get active, but to, just this is her animal self, and she's been violated. So we say yes to the different energies that move through us. That doesn't mean we believe our thoughts like he's an evil person and he deserves to die. It's like we don't believe the thought, but we open to the feelings, the murderous feelings, the rage. And when she opened to it, she really felt her hatred and her anger and let that be natural and kept paying attention. And I asked a question I often ask, which is, if you didn't believe the thoughts that he's evil, he's bad, what would you have to feel? Underneath the anger and hatred? Profound hurt, devastating hurt. So her practice was to hug herself and rock. And that was her practice. She would kind of have her knees up and she would sit, she had an altar on the floor. She would sit in front of the altar and kind of hug her knees, and she'd just cry and rock. Day after day after day. That was her she would just feel the hurt. And what I invited her to do was just what I'm sharing here, is that's the unfelt emotions. She could act out and make him wrong and be locked into anger for the next 20 years, or she could sit and rock and feel her hurt. And she did that. And what she described, I was so touched by, was that she, because she was opening to the deeper layers of feeling lonely and fear of always being lonely. Hugging, rocking. And she said, at some point, my hug became a real hug. That she wasn't just hugging and rocking, that she said, I was caring for myself. I was caring. And that's when her identity shifted. And as you've listened to these Dharma talks, you know that the transformation and freedom comes when we go from being the victim or the aggressor to a larger sense of, oh, okay, there's a caring presence that's more truly who I am than the angry wolf or the fearful wolf or the passive-aggressive wolf or whatever we are. That's when her identity shifted. She was caring for what was within, for that life. Gradually, with that larger identity, she could look through the eyes of compassion and look at her husband and see, I sometimes describe the dog with its leg caught in a trap. She could see where he was caught, where he was acting out of a place of pain. His fear of getting old and not being appreciated and never really being intimate, because they didn't have that intimate a relationship. She could begin to see that. I want to read you just a little verse from a poem. And this poem was written by an inmate recently who's taking meditation right now as part of our IMCW program, where we have people going into local prisons. I just want to read you a verse he wrote, because I was thinking of this woman and her hug becoming a hug. First and last, though, is this: fall in love with yourself. Whatever your flaws, whatever your faults, no person is more deserving of your love and forgiveness. First and last, though, is this: fall in love with yourself. So this is the process of feeding the wise wolf, that we open to what's there, and in that presence, we begin to choose wisely. We begin to choose love. And as I mentioned for her, she could start looking at him and see his own way of being trapped, his own way of acting out of pain. And the result in that relationship was they did get divorced, that she didn't have the trust that it couldn't be rebuilt in that way. But they were able to go on with a sense of caring, which allowed them to be parents, co-parents in a way that didn't embed violence into their family. I often share a line that I love that was from a movie, and the line is that vengeance is a lazy form of grief. And I share it whenever I have a chance because I like to reflect on it myself. The things you hear me saying over and over again are things I like to reflect on. And that one's important, that the vengeance, the activity of the angry wolf is easier. But what it does is it covers over the grief that's there, the loneliness, the hurt, the pain. And if we cover it over, there's no chance for healing. And there's no chance for evolving our consciousness in a way that can serve this world. Vengeance is a lazy form of grief and a lazy form of fear. So I'd like to just take a few moments to reflect together and give you a chance to just experiment a little with how to choose in your life the understanding wolf. And as you come into stillness, take a few breaths so you can just feel yourself here. Let the breath invite you into your body. And begin to feel that aliveness in the hands, shoulders. Just relax a little the shoulders. Softening the belly. You might take some moments to scan your life and see if there's anywhere that you may have been in some way feeding the angry wolf, in some way kind of buying into a bad other, creating an unreal other, making somebody wrong, keeping them at a distance, armoring your heart. If you have a place in mind, you can ask the question I mentioned a little bit earlier. If you no longer were subscribing to that belief, okay, this is a bad other, this person is evil in some way, if you put that aside, what is difficult that you'd have to feel? So if you stepped out of that belief that somebody else was in some way evil, bad, what would you have to feel? I mean, would it be, as with this woman, a sense of hurt? Would it be fear that you'd feel kind of powerless? What's the vulnerability there that has kept you feeding the angry wolf? Whatever it is you contact that's underneath that anger, sense the possibility of just taking a little bit of time with it, so that instead of ignoring it, not facing it, just what happens if you let yourself breathe with it really gently. Now, if it feels traumatic, then that's not a time. This isn't a time for it. But if it's this uneasiness, if there's hurt, if there's fear that you feel you can be with, just taking a few moments to sense, okay, I'm going to be intimate with what's here. And if it helps you, as we often teach with these self-compassion practice, to gently bring your hand to your heart. I often do this. I sit with my hand on my heart. It's a way to keep company with whatever's difficult. And if you haven't done this before, you might experiment. Let the touch be very light and gentle, as if the tenderness of your touch is communicating, okay, I'm here with this. I'm keeping company with this difficult feeling in here. So you're offering compassion to whatever is underneath that anger. And if it feels big and you feel like, oh, I don't have enough compassion to help hold it, just imagine someone you love. Or if there's a deity like a Buddha or Kuan Yin or Jesus, helping you to just hold that hurt, that fear, that vulnerability, as if that being's energy is flowing through your hand too. And it may be that right now it's hard to get in touch with things and you don't feel like, or it feels like too much for right now, but feel your intention to bring a kind of intimate attention to what's there and not to continue to feed the angry wolf. Intention to wake up your heart in this way. And if you feel that you're holding yourself with compassion, like that woman, that you're actually offering a hug that's a real hug to your heart, you can begin to look at the other that you've had as an unreal other or been pushing away in some way, and see if you can look through the eyes of compassion. See if you can ask yourself what that person, how that person might be hurting. How that person's fears, unmet needs might have played into their way of being violent or hurtful. And just for these last few moments, because this is something that we do again and again, it takes many rounds for us to begin to create these different pathways. This pathway towards wisdom and towards love. Just to sense your intention. That when you find yourself locked in distance or separation, to pause. To not necessarily ride the train of judgments or blame. To pause and maybe feel what's even more difficult to feel, but ultimately creates wholeness and healing. Taking a few full breaths, come on back. When you're ready, open your eyes. So this is really creating new pathways in the brain, new neural pathways in the brain. When you catch yourself and instead of riding the looping thoughts and feelings of anger and hatred and getting back and vengeance, instead you pause and something says, okay, how can I move towards ahimsa, towards this nonviolence? And you instead open to what's feeling difficult inside you. You are literally waking up a different part of your brain. You're deactivating your limbic system and you're, in an evolutionary way, opening up the higher brain to more activity. That will allow you to see the other person as a part of or connected to you in some way. That'll allow you to then respond with more wisdom. if it's difficult, just intend to practice. Now, I wanted to, before I close, just share one story, because it can be really, really challenging when we've been deeply wounded. It's like everybody thinks forgiveness is a really great idea until we actually have something to forgive, right? So a story, this is, to me, a two-wolves story par excellence. Jesuit priest Gregory Boyle has a book I've shared from before, Tattoos on the Heart, and he writes about the tragedies and the possibilities that he bore witness to, the potentials in one of the worst gang violence neighborhoods in Los Angeles. And in one story, Soledad is a mother of 4, and her she's very proud when her second son gets his diploma and goes to the Marines. And when he comes back for a visit, he goes out to get some fast food, and on his way back, she hears the shots, and he dies in her arms on the porch. Well, soon after, her older son, Angel, pulls off something very few in the hood do, and he gets his high school diploma, graduates, and he pulls Soledad through the hell of this loss. And about 6 months after the death of her other son, he pleads with her to wear some clothes with color and to get her hair done and to come back and be the mother for her remaining 3 children. And she agrees, and that afternoon she does. She gets dressed again, and and she seems to be coming back. Well, later in early evening, sitting eating a sandwich on the front porch, Angel shot up by kids from a rival gang. So he dies. So she goes through some years of excruciating pain. And at one meeting with Gregory Boyle, she says, I love the 2 kids I have. I hurt for the 2 that are gone. And then crying, she admits, the hurt wins. The hurt wins. So some months later, she goes to an emergency room for some chest pain. And while she's lying there, a kid with multiple gunshot wounds is on a gurney right next to her, and there's no curtain is drawn. And so she's witness to him fighting for his life. And Soledad recognized him. He was from the rival gang that killed both of her sons, this kid. And she knew that her friends would say, that pray that he dies. And that's not what happened. She hears the doctors yelling, we're losing him, we're losing him. And something in her cracked open. And she said, I began to cry as I'd never cried before, and I started to pray the hardest I had ever prayed. And she says, please, please don't let him die. I don't want his mom to go through what I have. Please, don't let him die. So the boy survived, as did Soledad's capacity for loving. She had gotten ripped open by grief, which she opened to, and in time, her heart became unimaginably large. So I share this story. I love this story because of her courage. It seems so clear that unless we are with the pain, we can't open up these hearts to this empathy. We just stay on that cycle of getting back at others, blaming others, being in separation. So this is the pathway that as our consciousness evolves, we more and more feed the wise wolf. We more and more pause and say, okay, that's a judgment. Come back. Be with what's right here. Be with what's right here. And as we become more mindful and aware right here, we start realizing we belong to each other. We each are part of each other. That every living being belongs in these hearts. And the more we see that, the more we look at others and we see their vulnerability, we see that this being is struggling, the more we look and we really slow down and see that the spirit and the light that's shining through the other's eyes, the more we get, it's the same vulnerability that's right in here. It's the same spirit that's right in here. And when we realize that, we don't want to cause harm. We don't want to cause harm. So we work for this outwardly. We work for this change where we make choices in our society not to kill people when they cause injury, but to see what their pain is and try to help heal them, not to kill them. We work for change to see the kind of pain we're causing this earth because of we're running from something and we just have to keep consuming, and we work to heal the earth, to not create a setup for more accidents and more suffering. And we work for peace, and we have to do it inwardly. I mean, each one of us, if there's going to be peace on earth, has to find the places where we're still in our trance of reaction and have that intention, like Gandhi, just to not buy in. So we do it in those ways, and we do it in our day-to-day ways. When we're out on the Beltway and we're driving, are we violent when we're driving? Are our thoughts or our actions aggressive? Are we part of that? Because, there's nothing that's not part of this. How our thoughts are, how we drive, how we are on the phone if we've been, waiting for listening to a recording forever, and finally, how are we energetically? You know what I'm talking about. And it's how we walk on the earth. I think of the little things that, we sometimes move around in a violent way. Sometimes the way we might, take a paper towel from, just pull it out and yank it, and we kind of yank things and we push things. How do we close doors? Do we slam a car door? And you might say, well, this isn't, sentient beings that we're violating. But interestingly, when we move on planet Earth, and it's with care, how we close a door, how we pull the paper towel out, then how we treat people has more grace and care and kindness. Does that make sense? So we start moving in a way that really has a reverence for being here. So let's we'll sit just for a couple of moments, but I wanted to come back to that inmate I mentioned to you, and because I'm talking about really how we wake up out of that reactivity that has to control things and dominate and be in charge and be aggressive, and open up to that sense of belonging. And this is what he writes. He says, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, then the world shall know peace. So let's sit quietly for a few moments together. May all beings everywhere deepen our attention, look deeply at ourselves, at each other, see the vulnerability, see the spirit that's here. May we realize our belonging, and may our actions come from love. Namaste.
And now enjoy this guided meditation.
The ocean is a place to connect to a power greater than our humanness. Let us sit for a moment and take time to connect to its messages. Let us within our minds connect to this healing context and wisdom. Begin to notice your breath. See if it begins to flow with the waves. Let go of any other thoughts that may rise. You are safe. Direct your mind to be fully in this moment of now. Concentrate on being in this moment, allowing all thought, sounds, and feelings to focus itself into one beam of energy, directed to the area you see with your eyes closed. Whatever comes up, give it away to this space. This space you see is infinite, non-judgmental, free and pure. Thoughts and feelings may rise, and if they do, release them willingly to the space. Watch them fall away like waves on the beach. Waves come and go like thoughts. They rise, they fall away. Who is the witness? Who is the noticer? If a thought persists, say gently inside, I am not that thought, and you are free to return home. Then return to the waves of the ocean, or your breath. Relax here a moment. Let the sounds gently tune you to an ancient rhythm and spirit, so infinite and perfect. The thought alone may lead to healing and inspiration. Like our minds, the ocean has many secrets to reveal. To reveal them, we must explore. To get deep, we must go within, past the chatter, past the ripples of the surface, past the waves. Once there, we ask to be shown what we can only dream of. Here and now we ask, are you willing to reveal your wisdom, O great mind? Are you willing to share a secret? Now, I stay open to receive.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.